Good morning. This is Secret the Scuffed coming to you live with Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. And I promise you, I am not late. That's right. This is totally normal hours. No delay at all. Not 1 hour late, not 2 hours late, not 1.5 hours late. Perfectly on time. Feeling a lot better today, thankfully. Had a lot of sleep. My cough is almost entirely gone. So, today, our voices should be rather consistent. Of course, I say that, and then I immediately mute to cough. But, you know, we will try, or rather, we absolutely will get through this entire chapter today. Unless day 3 ends up being a whole lot longer than we expect. That is, of course, a possibility. So, let's go ahead and hop right into it. I don't want to keep you waiting, even though I'm pretty sure you're just the bot. Which is normal, of course. Not complaining. So, let's go ahead. Hop in, if I get my controller right, hop into this. There we go. Alright. We got, how long we got? 17 minutes? About 16 minutes to get into the groove of things. Here we go. Sorry, boss. I couldn't do it. You know, that little bit of advice you gave me? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles? I don't know exactly what you meant. But there was no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remembered that. But now, how about relaxing a little? Relax? Not gonna happen. Junie, she asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for their confessions, I'd... But if this trial... Oh, well, that's the judge voice. What voice did I give him? I was sick whenever I did his voice. I don't know if I'll be able to replicate it. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? I think that was it. Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen. Then won't I? Ooh. Commas. Keep in mind, watch for those. No, I can't lose it all. Not now. You okay, Athena? You're turning kind of pale. I can't stand around here. I'm gonna finish the investigation. Can it... Oh, Trucy voice. Can it wait? I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out my magic panties. Ooh. It seems I'm not quite well enough to do Trucy's voice. Thankfully she's not too involved in this case. Though I suppose she could. No, she's probably not going to get involved. Thanks, but I'd better get going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center right away. No, wait, I'm going with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'd better go too. No problem. You two be careful. Alright. And I said I wasn't going to cough as much today. Suppose I just didn't notice because I haven't been talking too much. There's so much I need to ask Junie. What happened in court today? Where we go from here? Well now, fancy meeting you here. Oh, Professor Means. What brings you here? I asked him to come. He arrived just a little before you. I wanted to ask him something, but first, Athena, I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me. She was calling me Athena until just now. Oh, did she change it? Oh, I didn't even notice. Is it because we're in front of Means, or did Means say something to her? No, I should be the one apologizing. The whole thing spiraled out of my control. Athena, don't worry. I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove your innocence. About that, Athena, I've been thinking of asking Professor Means to defend me. Huh? I myself only just heard of this a moment ago. Bad intonation. Oh, so she thinks Professor Means would be... No, I can't let this happen. Not with the way he wants to do things. Junie, I know, Athena, but will you please hear me out? Alright, let's see what you got. Athena, do you actually think Hugh or Robin could have committed this crime? The body was moved right before the mock trial. Besides Junie, they're the only ones who could have moved freely around the campus at the time. I'm sorry, Junie, but at this point I can't rule them out. I was afraid you'd say that. Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all three of their names. Only I am capable of such a feat. But how could you possibly prove that all three of them are innocent? I am a results-oriented person. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have a perfect piece of evidence ready. For the end really does justify the means, especially for me, Professor Aristotle Means. I really don't like the sound of that. I'm sorry, but just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe that my friends are innocent too. Alright, if that's how you really feel, we'll respect your decision. Apollo? But we want to continue our investigation. Could we ask you some more questions? Sure, I don't mind. Professor Means, would you like to stay and join our conversation? Yes, of course. I am your lawyer after all. There's that smile again. Why does it always creep me out? About your confession, Junie. It's not true, is it? You just said what you did because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't you? Yes. I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was I had to help my friend. You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you are convicted of a crime? No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did it because she's truly my friend. Why is there discord in her voice again? Could it really be that the friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? There's more here than meets the eye. When did the three of you first become friends? Well, even though we were in different courses, we really bonded from the first day at the school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about. There's that proof of friendship thing again. I just wish this was as simple as that. We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah! As long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. But the situation kind of changed recently. When the school's policy shifted to training legal professionals who produce results. Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course I teach, producing results means winning trials. Professor Courts, on the other hand, taught that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, that clash of ideas created a rift among our students. At some point, we stopped talking about it. While that meant fewer arguments, it also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as we used to be. I think I understand now, but putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. It seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Why is it not going? There we go. Juniper, thank you for talking about us. Look, let's redo that line. Juniper, thank you for talking to us about this difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder. Junie, you told us yesterday that you went home a little after 6 p.m. Was that a lie? Oh, did I mix their voices there? I think I did. I'm sorry I didn't tell you this before, but what actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6 p.m. and headed over to my dressing room where I worked on my stage costume until 7. That's it? You didn't go anywhere else? No, nowhere else. If that were really it, then there would be no reason to lie in the first place. She's gotta be hiding something else. Junie, do you remember this picture? Yes, but something's wrong here. Wrong? What's wrong? I took this picture around 6 p.m., which was before I left the art room. But the clock here says it's just after 7. By 7, I'd already been working in my dressing room for some time. So there's definitely something wrong with the time in this picture. I guess we'd better go check out the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. On that evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into Hugh. Yes, I did. Oh? At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? She suddenly went silent. She always was terrible at hiding things. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6 o'clock? Alright, I won't press it. Alright, I won't press the matter any further. I really am mixing their voices. Is that a... Hold on, I want to get a drink of water, see if that helps. Is there anything else you noticed on the night of the murder? Well, I don't know if this will help, but that evening I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. Around 8:30, huh? That's over an hour after the one the crime supposedly took place. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think that after all that hard work they were finally finished. Oh, right, the statues that Robin made. So they were covered in white sheets? Junie, are you okay? Sorry, I'm a little tired, that's all. Athena, I think the meeting is over. Professor Means? I will use any means possible to get the result I want in Juniper's case. But it will require considerable preparation, so I must be off. That is the shadiest sentence I think that's been said in this game yet. Any means possible to get the results I want? That's terrible. I don't see why these... I know why. They're dumb, but they should not be trusting him. I know that they don't actually trust him deep down, but they should be more vocal about it. Junie and Professor Means, I have a proposal. A proposal? Wait, this isn't another one of your crazy... By sundown today... Yes? I, Athena Sykes, along with Apollo Justice... Wait a second, don't drag my name into it. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. What? And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. I see. So, it has come to this, has it? If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have we got a deal? I trust that's okay with you too, Professor Means? I have no objections as long as Juniper is satisfied with this arrangement. Oh, he didn't do the smile this time. He must be fuming. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Athena, but thank you. I've been thinking only of myself this whole time. Junie, it's way too early to thank me, but you can thank me all you want once I get to the bottom of this. Oh man, we're really nearing my end of my grace period and I'm still stuttering. Very well. I will see you back here at sundown. Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. It's just, she's new to the agency, so... Don't be silly. I find it all rather thrilling. Now, let us meet here again later. If you excuse me, I'd better go. Okay, see you later. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? There's no time to be thinking about that. I've got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what. Alright. And I suppose he's just filling our role of Maya right now. Don't actually need to speak with him. Why can't I go to the art room, I wonder? Oh, do I actually have to speak with him since he's following me around? Okay, we'll do it. Only the 3 mock trial participants could have moved the body before it started. That's why the killer must be Robin, Hugh, or Juniper. Right, that means at least one of them is lying. To make matters worse, I have a feeling each of one of them is hiding some sort of secret. We'll have to bring it all to light. I'm not looking forward to it, but it has to be done. Today's trial focused on the day of the crime, and the actions of those involved. Ooh, terrible. Terrible. I have a minute, though. We're fine. Yeah, like when the voice was recorded and who went to the art room and when. If we analyze the info we have, we should be able to ID the killer. There's no lead in these legs. I've been training for a day like this. Oh, not lead, sorry. Okay, on my mark, ready, set, no running for me. I'm done trying to keep up with you. Okay, nope, I did not need to speak with him, that was completely useless. I suppose we should go look at the maintenance area and see if I'm allowed to investigate it now, yeah? Nope, I cannot allow to investigate it. How about the outdoor stage? Oh. Seems we have, someone here. This should be their last bit of dialogue, probably, for the chapter. Ah, the ultimate stealth tool. Is it my imagination, or does something just move? Oh, Gavin's here as well. Afternoon, you two. Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking onto campus like this is just slightly suspicious? I'll have you know, I'm continuing my investigation in the strictest of confidence. I don't want to be caught napping again at tomorrow's trial. And that means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend us a hand? I'm not one to refuse a damsel in distress. But you needn't have asked, Fräulein. I'd intended to help you from the start. You're the best, Prosecutor Gavin. Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed lots of stuff yesterday. And I can't investigate. Perfect. I hate that they do that. I wish I had the investigation button always on hand. Alright. Suppose we had to talk to you first. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right. But I hadn't seen this stage until yesterday. That backdrop with a starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. We also had some tricks up our sleeves to make the concert really rock. Can I take a look at something real quick? Where's that photo? This is a staged photo. How do I prove that, though? I mean, obviously, once I get to the art room, I'll be able to tell. But how do they do that? We'll have to see. Pyrotechnics, a fog machine, big banners, things like that. It would have looked like this. Oh, the plans from yesterday. What's that design on the banner there in the back? I know the scales are the school emblem, but what's with that number 6? It looks like it's in serious pain or something. Athena, Ixnay on the Ixnay. That's the Governor's logo, Fräulein. Oh, a nice pig Latin hair forehead. Really smooth. Oh, I meant, it looked like the number 6 rocking... Oh, wrong person. Oh, I meant it looks like the number 6 was rocking seriously hard. 9, Fräulein. It's a G for Governors. Not a 6, but whatever floats your pretty boat. So, where is the banner? I don't see it anywhere on stage. It was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. It's a pity. We had it specially made from heavyweight high grade cloth. A missing banner and 2 broken statues. There are mysteries aplenty to be solved, yeah? Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was of Prosecutor Gavin. As you can see here in the stage plans, right here we have the statue of me. And right here, Herr Wright's statue. But little does that matter now, as we both lie in pieces thanks to you. Herr Forehead. What did I ever do to you? Actually, the statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try to put it back together? Maybe we'll learn something new. Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star? Achtung! That's one uber cool idea. There might even be a song in there somewhere. Yeah, let's do this. Schnell! I did most of that in one breath. Is this an investigation, or am I interrupting a German language club social event? Ah, finally, my beloved examine button. I've been waiting for you to return. Should I investigate the box first? Probably. Oh, wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Hands off! I knew it. I know that voice anywhere. Oh, let's just ignore it. I mean, it made its wishes loud and clear. So, this is the future cardboard box technology has afforded us, huh? Yes, and in a few more years it'll be more advanced. You'll be able to slide down hills, put posters on the side, pop out in order to quickly grab people. It's amazing. Now, let's go ahead over here and fix up Gavin's little statue. Here's the statue in here. Some broken shards at the bottom, and a rather big shard here. I found one! A piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride. Are you saying my pride is as fragile as plaster of Paris? It looks like there are other large pieces scattered about. Okay, let's find what we can. Oh, is that what we're trying to do? I thought we were actually going to go into 3D modeling. No? Okay. No, wrong. I misclicked somehow. Found another piece of the statue, but there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Yes, off stage for some reason. Let's see. Does this count? No, it doesn't. I'm not going to bother reading that. Do these count, perhaps? No. Okay. That does not count. I think I had to back off now, don't I? Yeah. Ah, there's another piece. On the desk. Found another piece of the statue. But there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Let's see. Can I get a look at Phoenix's side? Or not? The other statue Robin made, it's been smashed to bits. There are some larger pieces, we might be able to put this one back together too. Yeah, but all I see are tiny itty-bitty ones. I wonder what Mr. Wright would think if he knew we put Prosecutor Gavin's statue back together but left his like this. Oh, we could always come back to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. Oh, we're getting a little picture of the two of them doing that together. Anyway, I still want to investigate that window. That's been a constant for a while now. You know, I'm not seeing this last piece. It's not up top, is it? Now. Ah, here it is. Beneath the desk. Found another piece of the statue. But there should still be some more. Oh, really? Some more? Did I get cut off there? I think I got cut off there. Okay, how about the under... Is there some under the other desk, perhaps? No. Where would it be hidden? Can I look up here, perhaps? I don't know. This is fine for a rock concert, but... Oh, that's the backdrop dialogue? I don't want the backdrop dialogue. Maybe one of the pieces from right are actually a piece from Gavin. That could be it. Let's go over there and take a look. Yep. Dialogue. Nope, it's not. Huh. Okay, let's consider where we can look. It's not up top. You can see that. We don't have the option to inspect below. She does not want to be bothered. It's not Phoenix's statue. We already have one from underneath the desk. There's none apparent that are apparent in this open area between all the stands. Oh, I can go up here. Oh, that okay. Yeah, you know that makes sense. And this looks like another piece of the statue. Thanks, Apollo. This makes 5 pieces in all. I think we have all we're gonna find. Okay, let's get back to where Prosecutor Gavin was shattered. I think you might want to reword that. No, I think it's fine. Now, let's see. Is this gonna be like the Blue Badger vase? Or are we gonna have slightly better controls? Well, I don't see any other big pieces lying around. Yeah, let's see if we can put this statue back together. Alright, Apollo, you come over here, and Prosecutor Gavin, if you could hold this... There. Oh, I don't actually get to do it. Okay. It seems rather put together. Is there something missing at the back, maybe? We did it! Not half bad, if I do say so myself. Yeah, but don't you think it's strange? We put the statue back together, but look. What's with these leftover white pieces? These look like they go together. And this one, too. Athena, what do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now. The artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time. Oh, it's this. So, what is it? Oh, I figured it out. It's that. The thing in the back. That, like, really abstract piece that look... Okay, well, we figured out 2 parts of this that are fake. I think that should be enough to call it into question. But how do we call out the rest of it? The rope thing, maybe? No, I suppose I do think we'll have to go to the art room in order to disprove the rest of it. Like, calling 2 pieces of it into a question is already significant enough, I'd think. Ah, it's the goddess of law, holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other. That's quite the feat you pulled off there, Fräulein. Whew, I love that feeling you get after you work really hard on something. No. I knew who it was. I meant to ask what it's doing here. Not sure. There's no statue like this in the stage plans. Still, I could swear I've seen this statue somewhere before. The more we learn, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. At least we're moving in the right direction. Let's keep searching for the stage for clues. I've been wondering about something this whole time. You know that pole at the end of the stage? Yes, thank you. You mean this? It has a wire that goes off and connects to something somewhere. This wire is for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who was here earlier was checking how it worked. Oh, so that's why the banner looks like it's out of place. The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there. And that's the art room over there? As in the scene of the crime? Bingo, Fräulein. It's still crawling with cops, though. Hey, anyone in the art room? Oh, hey, Fulbright. Oh, it's you people! Ha ha ha! In justice we trust! It's Detective Fulbright! In justice we trust! Is that some kind of a greeting between you two? Detective Fulbright, can you lower that banner from there? Of course! Just leave it to me. Oh, the crank is in the art room. How odd. How's that? Woo. A bit of a workout. Thanks, Detective. In justice we trust. Ha ha ha! Always glad to help. In justice we trust. So, is that some kind of greeting between you two or not? Please tell me, I'd really like to know. Well, looks like the banner's down now. Let's go take a look. Well, this is clearly used to ferry the body down, and probably the pieces of the broken statue. Or probably just the... I imagine it's just the statue, unless it has blood on it. Look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner? Hey, I like that. It goes perfect with unflappable lawyers and unflappable rockers. It's like it was made for this very stage. Okay, look at this. The bottom part is all knotted up. Let me try and unravel it. Okay, it does have blood on it. It was used to transport the body. Jeez, did you really have to? You don't come across an unflappable banner every day. Athena, there are some things that you have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in. Oh. Hey, a scrap of paper was caught up inside. It's blowing away. I got it. Yes, great catch, huh? Looks like some kind of note. What does it say? October Hue 120. What's that supposed to mean? A test score, maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider that 100 is a perfect score. I don't see how even Hue can get beyond perfect. Fräulein, shall we inspect the banner again, now that it has been unraveled? Can I look at it in 3D, perhaps? No, wrong button. No, I cannot. Hue 120. Not apparently missing from here. I assume it's October currently. 120. Yes, it is October. What does it mean 120? One, two, zero. I can't interpret any deeper meaning from this. I don't see any codes. I don't see any irregular writing. Handwriting is consistent. Am I sure there's nothing? Well, I suppose the pieces of the page that are missing could technically have something on them, but I doubt it. Alright, let's move on then to the banner, since we can't get anything out of that. This is the emblem that's on Jimmy's school uniform. Hey, you're right. Wait a second. It's hard to see against the red material, but look. There's a dark red stain here, just under the emblem. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right, and the art room is where the murder occurred. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? This stain might be from the victim's blood. Alright. Hmm. I don't think there's anything else on stage that needs to be inspected, right? Yeah, I think that's it. But that seems a bit of an odd way to end this. Yeah, no, that's not it. Huh. Suppose it's still an examination. Can I take a look at this, what the statue is supposed to look like, real quick? Where was that picture? Was it in here? No. Where was it? I swear I had one. Oh, was it just presented in trial and then I didn't get it? Alright. Hmm. Maybe her now. Nope. Still nothing there. This statue doesn't look like anything you... Look anything like you or Mr. Wright. Oh, okay. This is the same dialogue, basically. What? Oh, no, that was not new dialogue. That was... And that was not old dialogue. That was new dialogue. I'm getting really skip-happy today, huh? The goddess bearing scales and a sword. She's a symbol of fairness and strength. But she and her symbols were shattered along with the statues of you and Mr. Wright. This is a direct challenge to the rules of law. Well, if they want to fight, they've got one. Whoa, take it down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fighting for when we find our culprit. Woo, that was a whole lot of poking around in such a short time. Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out. See that metal fence back there? There's just one segment, so it seems out of place. It looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up, but they were never able to finish on account of the murder. We should take a look if you think it could be important. This track looks man-made. Hey, you're right. And it looks like it starts from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big money pro wrestler was hiding back here. Well, that was totally random, but we never know until we take a look. It looks like something was being dragged through here, and this is where it started. Yeah, but whatever it was, it's long gone. Must have been pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used in setting up the school festival. I guess it wasn't a pro wrestler. Still, this could be something important. Well, that's about it for the stage. Right, I think we'd better search the art room next. I think I'll hang around here for a while, but make sure to tell me once you find it, yeah? Find what? What else? The governor's banner that disappeared from the stage. You never know, it might just be connected to the case at hand. Really? Or does he just want his banner back? Don't tell me. So, in short, that's... Hey. No, is she gonna pop out? No, she's running away. Gotcha. That box. It just took off running. I have a pretty good idea who that is. And I suspect you do, too. Come on, we can't afford to have any weird articles written about us. The maintenance area's over in that direction, and after that box. Oh, do we finally get to investigate the maintenance section, perhaps? Miriam, you're liable to get tossed in the garbage truck if you hang around here. I'm just an empty box. And that's what you do with them. You throw them away. Is this a new box? I think it is, yeah. Hey, did you change boxes? I like the new look. Oh, what does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams, everything I've worked so hard for, gone. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter? A failure as a reporter? Ah! Wonder what was on that laptop. I never went back to review that. Come to think of it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme. I still hate doing that. Scold me, despise me, pack me away where I'll never see the light of day again. I've been cast aside to waste away in a big pile of mushy paper mache. I kind of feel responsible for this, but now's our chance to prod her for information while she's vulnerable. I bet that's what you were just thinking, right? What kind of a person do you think I am? You read me like a book. That was you on stage earlier, wasn't it? Why'd you run off like that? Take a look at this. Why are you showing me a burnt up old rag? Oh, it was stuck in the furnace, yeah? Oh wait, it's really hard to see, but I think it's the Governor's logo there. So, is this the banner that disappeared? It's all burned up. Don't look at me, I just happened to find it in the incinerator. Incinerator? Did Blackwell actually make good on his threat to burn her box? We should probably try to find out whether someone tried to destroy this on purpose. Yeah, this banner's sounding less and less unrelated to her case, Apollo. Miriam, I owe you an apology. No, wrong voice. I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure as a reporter. It's too late. I already decided journalism isn't for me. The last step is to erase all the photos on my PC. I'm really gonna do it. Here goes. 5%, 10%, 4 years of my life down the drain. Shouldn't we stop her, Athena? Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper. I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it? Oh no, my photos stopped. Cancel. Abort. Did you stop it in time? Deletion progress. 99% complete. There are only 2 pictures left. What are you gonna do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right. I know. Don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all of our hearts. Oh, Athena, that was cringeworthy. Hey, Miriam, check this out. You took some amazing photos of the 3 of them. I'm sure they really appreciated it. Obviously, I'm an ace member of the newspaper club. The only member, in fact. I know this won't make it up for those photos you lost, but here are your newspapers back. Yep, there we go. Oh, that's what Trucy does in this game. I completely forgot. She takes all my excess evidence. Is that something that she actively does, or did I have to go seek her out for it? I don't recall. There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those 3 for as long as I live. Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Juniper, Hugh, and Robin? Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just that they were so close ever since their freshman year. So, well... Athena, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, I think that's the only explanation. Wait a second, you're not thinking what I think you're thinking. That's exactly what he's thinking, Miriam. You want in on their little trio. God, how could you possibly know that? Oh, is there background to them? That's one abused laptop. Yeah, no, I still don't know how to do that. My laptop won't turn on. Never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years. Now I feel really bad. Oh, I know. Miriam, we have a laptop at the office. We'd be happy to lend it to you. Huh? You have a laptop I could use? Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Junie, Hugh, and Robin if you could hang out with them. What? Like I could ever do that? Sorry, but that's the deal if you want to borrow our laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. Like good cop, bad cop rolled all into one. Fine, I'll do it, if that's all you want. Yay! I'll be by later to bring you a laptop. Wait, it's not like I owe you anything, but here. Thanks. Oh, it's a set of pictures. It looks like they're setting up a stage. Hugh. Okay, okay, for a second I thought that was like an excavator or something. What do we got here? Is there anything notable? 10:23, 6 p.m. Well, we know where they are at 6, which is good. Yeah, oh, did I miss a line? Well, it looks like they're setting up a stage. Yeah, I took them when they were putting the stage's backdrop into place. Oh, Hugh is operating heavy machinery. I didn't know he was allowed to do that. Well, anyway, let's see. That's probably how the picture. Yeah, 6:01. That's about exactly the right time. How'd the clock get changed? How'd the statue get shattered? Why was the statue hidden? All this does is make more questions in exchange for solving one. Wow, you sure have an eye for photography. From what I can make out, anyway. These are the last 2 photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours. Okay. Well, see you around, scary lawyer lady. What course was she even in? I don't remember. That was really impressive, Athena. What next? Well, I'd like to talk to Hugh or Robin if possible. Okay, let's walk around and see if we can find them. Yep, still not allowed to investigate this room. That's fine. One of them's probably in the trial, one of them's probably in the lecture hall. Let's go to the outdoor stage first and finish up with Gavin. Why are you carrying a sooty mess of fabric around? Yeah, about that. This is kind of hard to say, but this is the banner you've been looking for. It was found in the incinerator. What? This ash and cinder? That's all that's left? Somehow, I don't think this was a random act of vandalism. Yeah, it no doubt bears some relation to the case at hand. In short, this is a challenge directed at me and the Gaviner's fans everywhere. Mark my words, Fräulein. I will find the perpetrator behind this crime. Great, thanks. Does he mean whoever burned the flag? Or the professor's killer? I'll just cross my fingers and hope they're one and the same. Anyway, that should be done with him for now. Let's see, who do we got in here? Hey, that's Hugh over there. Hugh, we wanted a word with you, if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Wright, then sure, but you two? Meh. I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easy. After all, you're a possible suspect. Plus, you already actually confessed in court. Whatever. So, what do you want from me? But make it brief. I don't have a lot of time, and I assume you don't either. About your confession today. You weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I had no other choice, thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. So, you're really prepared to take the blame for this? Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out. Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end. Or as we say around here, the end justifies the means. But I actually do believe the voice is shouting Hugh O'Connor. Juniper's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer. But if Robin or I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning. Or have I overestimated you? You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Hmm. Could Hugh and Robin's confession really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is going to take some serious thinking on my part. Okay, hold on. I need to adjust my chair for a second. Whoop. There we go. We'll sit like this for a while. It sure looked like Prosecutor Blackpill was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you? I have no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hold. I am not through with you yet. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, and we might just discuss you-know-what. No, wait. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you think I'd open up to you? So he's not denying it. That secret might be causing the discord in his voice. And then again, we have the same problem with Junie and Robin. You're just wasting your time and mine. Next question. About that meeting with Professor Court on the 23rd, why did she want to see you? I've no intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can. Professor Mean strikes again. Then again, Hugh is in the lawyer course. But didn't Professor Court used to say that the only good result is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth? The truth. How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter. No, you're wrong! We haven't said that in a while. I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes, Professor Court's memory. I see. Very well, Miss Sykes. I'll testify tomorrow about the truth you're so interested in. Hugh. But... Don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of this. Understand? What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends. Yes, we were. Until just recently, actually. Were? I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Just as I have my secrets, she has a side you've never seen. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. What are you saying? The conversation is over. I said I don't have a lot of time, and I meant it. Hugh, wait. He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore? Why would he say that? That didn't go so well. I guess we'll just have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you say we head over to the art room? Might be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation. Alright, we don't really have much time left anyway. Oh, not gonna go see Robin unless he's in here, or she's in here? Alright. There's the crank. There's the painting. We have the elephant in here, which is, I think, notable. There's the use pamphlet, or envelope. Alright, let's see where we can go from here. Ha ha ha! Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends again! Thanks for lowering the school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. Right, so this art room was where the murder actually occurred? That's right. You can't see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area roped off in the middle of the room marks the spot. The police investigation is done, so if you want to take a look around, knock yourself out. Alright, I will do just that. Let's start with the envelope. The mock trial script on the floor and nearby an envelope marked Use. I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here. By Miriam Scuttlebutt. And the title is Rogue et Noir, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I wouldn't take part in that mock trial if she begged me. It says there are special rules allowing the payment of bribes while court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring it in up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence. It also says, "Welcome to the darkest mock trial ever, where the end justifies the means." The prosecution claims that this script is the prosecution claims this is the script that was supposed to have been used. But the script was selected by Professor Court. Considering how much she valued the truth, I seriously doubt she'd pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. Wow, you had that title memorized already? Alright, those are done. I don't think that's important. Does it show up in the picture? No, it does not. There's the clock. We'll have to see if it's accurate in a second. Just want to take a look around and see if there's anything else of note. The statue has fallen. I suppose that's notable. Isn't that a mock trial? No. Oh, that was a different line. Isn't that a mock trial script? Actually, there's a whole bunch of them here. Let's see. Looks like everyone from the judge course has submitted one. The victim Constance Court was the Fine Art Club's advisor, so she probably spent a lot of time up here in addition to her other duties. This isn't where I'd keep a bunch of scripts, but I'd wager that's how they wound up here. Poor, stressed-out, overworked Professor Court. I know exactly how that feels. Wow, that delivery was poor. You must, because your desk always looks like a tornado hit it. You're one to talk, Apollo. Me? What about Mr. Wright? Maybe we should rename the firm Wright Stuff All Over the Place Agency. Well, I want to investigate the statue, but I guess we'll go to the painting. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. R. Newman. Wow, Robin must have painted this. Is this Juniper? These clothes are different, but... Oh, look, there's a piece of paper stuck to the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacks Professor Court's artistry. Must keep practicing, Robin. Huh. I think this is plenty good myself. I wonder what it would have looked like if Professor Court had painted Juniper. I bet it would have been really artistic looking. I imagine that's what this is. Let's see. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. C. Court. Wow, Professor Court must have painted this. That's really reused dialogue. So, is this what they consider art? I really don't get it. What do you mean you don't get it? I swear I've seen this girl before. There's an air of fragility about her, and those pity-inducing eyes. Who is this again? Her name's on the tip of my tongue. Alright, well, let's see. Suppose we can inspect the crank first. Yeah. Some wire and a winch. So this is how they reeled the banners in and out. There's a nice view of the stage from here. Let's try to speak a bit more loudly, because I feel like I'm getting a lot quieter. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So it really wasn't you, Apollo? Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. I'll never clear my name unless we catch the real culprit. Well, I was expecting to get something important out of that, but let's check the clock now. This is the clock that created the major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look. Don't waste your time. I've checked it, and it's 100% accurate. You sure? How'd you check it? Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch, see? Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped? It has? This is unacceptable. We obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by one whole hour. Well, Detective? Ah, but, this clock must have also been an hour ahead when this photo was taken. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Professor Blackquill won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face. Wait just 1 minute. The clock is an hour ahead right now, sure. But what proof do you have that it was running ahead on the day of the crime? That's a good question. Wait, I think I might just have something. Detective Fulbright, would you agree that there is a moon outside this window, right? Sure, a nice crescent one, like something out of a picture book. But if you look at that window back with the winch attached to it, you'll see that the only view to be had is the opposite view of the school building. Oh, then what's this moon doing here? I wonder. Prosecutor, I'm not gonna read that. Let's take this moment while I'm going through this flashback to mention. This is an incredible coincidence. Yeah? Like, there's no way this could have been planned. So I wonder what the plan was with Court. Yeah, we really lack a motivation. And to be honest, I wouldn't mind if this trial ends with a bomb going off. Alright, let's move on. Isn't it the same as the one painted on the stage backdrop? The proof's right here, detective. This shows it was 6 p.m. when the photo was taken. I know what the moon really is, and if you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where the moon in the photo came from, and the truth of Junie's testimony. What? Where? Where does it show that? If you look right here, it will all become crystal clear. There. Blink. They were still prepping the stage, so its backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. That's the big board hanging here. The size matches too. But there's no picture. That's crucial detail. It is, but I believe what we're seeing in this photo is the back of the board. The back of the... That's right. And around 6 p.m. when this was taken, a photo of that same board was being taken from the front. What do you mean, the front? The front is against the wall. And that's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how he said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a good look. No, are you suggesting the moon in this one is the moon is the one on the backdrop? Oh man. I really need something to drink. Please, yes. Alright. Here we go. Exactly. In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And as you can see here, it was around 6 when the backdrop was being set into place. So, the art room clock was running fast at least as far back as the day of the murder. How? How could I ever face Professor Blackquill now? Prosecutor Blackquill, sorry. Yes, I just blew a hole in the piece of the prosecution's evidence. And it would have been better if you didn't say that, to be honest, so that Blackquill would not have had time to prepare. Hey, it's gone. Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo? You're... Oh, wait, that was the wrong line. Wrong person, wasn't it? Yeah, that was supposed to be Apollo. Yeah, you're right. I wonder where it is. Robin's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on it. Hey, this area with the rope around it. That's where we detected a large blood stain. In short, the victim was stabbed here, or somewhere close by. The fact that there was no visible blood means it was wiped up with something. Oh, the fact that there's no visible blood means it was wiped up with something, right? Right. But we were able to detect trace amounts of blood. Merely wiping it up does not remove all evidence of wrongdoing, and that, in a nutshell, is justice, right? I'd appreciate it if you let me have the cool lines. Alright, is there anything else to inspect? I think I'll inspect this. Hey, look! That's you on the Summobile Apollo, a red demon. A red demon? Looks more like a snake curled around a brush to me. No, no. See the antenna and the yellow spots on its back? Anyone can see it's a ladybug. I guess we all have to agree to disagree. Fine, we can investigate this further at a later date. Agreed? Okay, let's do that. You okay with that, Athena? I really regret bringing this up. I think that's all to investigate that's notable. Unless the window itself has something up with it. I can see the other half of the building over there, and the quad and stage down below. Yeah, this must be the window Detective Fulbright stuck his head out of earlier. Oh yeah, thanks for the help, Detective. A true champion of justice always comes running to those in need. Great, then how about telling us Prosecutor Blackgirl's strategy for tomorrow? Alright, let me think. Well? Oh, hey, I'm not falling for that. So close I can almost taste it. I don't think there's anything else notable to investigate, unless for some reason this strange statue thing is important. Let's talk. Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Haha, good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. You sure is confident for having found nothing. But if we're talking outside of the art room, there has been a major breakthrough. Oh dear, unless I find out what that is, I don't know what I shall do. No, oh, that was supposed to be dramatic. I thought she was actually trying to say that. Alright. Oh dear, unless I find out what that is, I don't know what I shall do. No need for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Wow, you saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? Man, Apollo's one-liners suck. So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You want to know? You really want to know? You really? Come on, just tell us already. Oh, you're no fun. Anywho, we've got the results of the voice print analysis back. Voice print? You mean for this tape recorder? Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, beyond a shadow of a doubt. See, right here? They analyzed the voice on the tape inside and out. Let's take a look at that. Let's see. Issue. Does the voice shouting, "You're a goner," belong to Juniper Woods? The voice is a perfect match. Note 1. Testing is underway regarding signs of post-recording editing. Note 2. The tape has about 10 minutes and 35 seconds of noise required for further testing. And you thought the voice on this tape was saying Hugh O'Connor. Ha 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 ha. Thanks for the good laugh, Miss Sykes. He's the last person I want laughing at me. So, now there's evidence of Juniper shouting "You're a goner" around the time of death. If we were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout that in the first place. Is there anything else notable to look at? Kind of feels weird to just leave it as is. Anything to present? No. Huh. No, I think I just have to, go find Robin. Who's probably in the lecture hall. Oh, he's not here. Not in the hallway either, I suppose. No, wrong button. Gavin's over here. Does he have anything new to say? No. Not here either. Okay, so there is something in the investigation I'm missing. What would it be? I suppose I should just examine that last thing, right? Those. Oh, was it? If I examine these 3 busts, does it investigate the one on the floor? Maybe. 3 busts sitting on a shelf. A judge, a defendant, either a lawyer or a prosecutor. The bearded one must be the judge, and the bumped-out looking one a defendant. Oh, look, there's another one that's fallen on the floor. I wonder which one fell, the lawyer or the prosecutor. Think, Apollo, think. This could tell us how tomorrow's trial will go. I'll just wait for tomorrow's horoscopes, thanks. Oh, man. Okay. Strange sunflower thing. It kind of looks like there's a prosecutor's badge at the top of the statue. But it's not if you look real close. But it's not as... Wait. But it's not if you look real close. Another strange, difficult to understand work of art. Oh, looks like it has a title. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Heh, real creative. Art. Either it's too abstract to understand or as subtle as a sledgehammer. Alright. I don't think the pottery is going to... no, the paints. How about that? I don't know how I didn't notice that. Look, a piece of pottery. Look like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. And I'll bet it won't last long. Not with the way she deals with her own work, anyway. Yeah, it seemed like such a waste. I mean, this one already has some color on it. It looks just like the bloodstains, the way the glaze was dribbled onto it. Just like bloodstains? In justice we trust. That does look like bloodstains. We'd better examine it at once. I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room where the big bloodstain is, and then brought over here, at which point some of her blood dripped onto these pieces. That means the body very well could have been dropped from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then a ball cart was used to move it over to the stage. The maintenance area is below this room, and the storehouse there has a mat and a ball cart. So, even the moving of the body was carried out just like in the script. The killer sure had a thing for Junie's script. Well, what did you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong. I'm going to prove it in court. Well, I think we'd examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Professor Blackville happen to tell you anything? Prosecutor Blackville happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial? In justice we trust. It's no use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock had been 1 hour fast means we're back to square one concerning the suspect's actions that day. I wonder what the main argument will be about now. How the body was moved would be my guess. But Prosecutor Blackquill has got his own plans. Oh? Does he now? Detective Fulbright, try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation. No, I wasn't going to ask about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin. Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman. She was here just a moment ago. And she mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall. Video? What video? Oh, I had a yawn there. How odd. Yeah, thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go. Alright, let's go. There she is, Robin. Hey, Robin. Oh, Athena, Apollo. What are you watching there? Oh, it just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? There it is again. Professor Means sure has a lot of influence around here. Care to look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? It sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Sure, I'll tell you anything you want. Alright. About your confession today, why'd you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right, the end justifies the means. So, your father, Professor Means too? Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Court. I liked them both. She brushed that one off like a pro. But with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? I want to be an artist. That's what I really want, man. But no! My parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor. But if the trial went south, you'd have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. And that's what you're really after, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Talk about someone who literally changes at the bat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems, too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose so, but that doesn't make what she did right. Alright. Could you tell us about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until the last bell. That's right. That's right, you made the statues of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Both of them. This is just a formality, but can you prove you were making the statues at the time? Can I prove it? You think I'm a killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both Hugh and Robin were still at school after 7 p.m., but neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. Could one of them really have murdered Professor Court? Have there been any problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. I discussed the matter with Professor Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl. And just today, I found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Wow, they must really like you. I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this and this by any means possible. What? But this evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please. Pretty please. And there we go. Okay, I guess it's not going to be up to Trucy to dispose of our evidence every time. It's just going to be whoever. And Trucy's there in case it's no one, I suppose? Oh, right. What did it say? Stage costume related evidence taken in classic and justifies the mean style. Yeah. Oh, darn it. Anyway, thank you, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch? Sounds like a new lead. There's a rumor going around of that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do. Our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, I heard it's to seek out misconduct among the student body. But a rumor has it that grades were being bought and sold through the surveillance network. That's bribery. The situation at Themis Legal Academy is worse than I thought. While all this is important stuff, I still want to ask about the thing in the art room. I have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about, though. Alright. Presenting the photograph. Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what it is? What? Whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense. That has to be one of Professor Court's creations, man. Professor Court's artistic sense? Professor Court's artistic sense. That's a tough one. I'd say it's avant-garde and very eclectic. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Professor Court's works. Was one of Professor Court's work? Completely messed up there. Was one of Professor Court's works, wasn't it? The statue in that photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Professor Court had planned on placing it on the judge's bench in the lecture hall. Hold on, I missed that. Just a laugh. But the day before the mock trial, it broke when she was polishing it. She said she'd take it back to the art room and try to fix it somehow. So this is the statue in its proper state? You bet. Just look at that wild silhouette. Wow, it's so cute. I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? Athena, the Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage. Oh, right, I didn't realize before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed, maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in the photo. But what in the world was it doing on stage? Alright. Well, I think that's about covers it. Okay, then how about we watch the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. So, how do you want to watch it? All classroom desks in this school have their own built-in computer, you know. Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor's pre-trial speech. Good afternoon. Oh, wait, is this, mean stalking? Probably not. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. Oh, that is Means, okay. Oh, that sounds like Professor Means. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of the stage. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. How come teacher speeches always make me so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of the speech. How long does it last? Let's see. 35 minutes. Now, let the mock trial begin. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Looks to me like she cut right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio. Even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself? She had to do it to keep the script details secret. She was all over the place that day. Though she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Oh, so this is what the lecture hall looks like. Looked like there was a judge bench back by the screen and a witness stand up front. What about those balconies with the professors' names on them? Those are the faculty seats. Professor Means and Professor Court were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Alright. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. And that's... well, wait, who's prosecution? And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty. That was me. That was me. Could you tell? Objection. A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab a professor with an arrow? I don't think so. You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Cut me some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's gonna speak next. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted you're a goner, but I didn't mean it. Oh wow, what an emotional performance. She put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted you're a goner, but I didn't do it. Stop, did you hear that? I think you're onto something. Let's play that part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this evidence should explain it. Yes. Show the tape recorder. I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a goner. The voices and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but if the voice on this tape is really a recording, one made from the mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. They didn't get to do a voice print analysis in time for court today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. And if the real killer had foreseen that gender would become key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically, the only one with something to gain from doing this is our sole male suspect. Wait a second. No way! Professor Means' credo is the end justifies the means. So it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get that tape analyzed as soon as possible. Alright. Who's this? Allow me to assist you with that. I'm saying it's Means. Oh, no, it's Gavin. Okay, Gavin's a lot more trustworthy. Prosecutor Gavin! At least make some kind of noise so we know you're there. It's go big or go home with Rockstar Entrances, Fräulein. Timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be all right? Very much so, thanks. Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it about time we head over to the detention center? I think Junie will agree that this is something that could prove her innocence, but will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this was what I would find. Alright, here we go. And that about covers the main gist of our investigation. I see. Very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today. Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. Well, my time's about up, and it'll be getting dark soon, so... Junie! You must be tired after all being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No, wait, you have to listen to me. I don't want to hear anymore. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promised. Yep, I'm not going to read the flashback. I know I've been doing that recently, but I'm just not in the mood today. So, please just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And in the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your lines from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same. And the only ones who would benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right then as well, wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious? Say what you will, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. He was a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Wait, Athena. My bracelet reacted just now. It did? But why? I'm willing to bet it's the never caused trouble part. Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said? Oh, none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. He was a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Now I'm sure of it. She's lying. Alright, here we go. Let's see, what could possibly go? I think the sunflower might be a move. Eyebrows are potential. One hand visible. One hand not. Alright. Not saying any strange movement. Wait, is it her little... This? This is it? How is this moving? Come on. See, there's a reason I don't like these sections. Yep, hurry up through it. Can I speed it up? I don't know. Oh, that's her coughing, I see. Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. You can't hide it from me no matter how hard you try. When you said it never causes trouble, a cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? And I believe that also ties to a secret about yourself. A secret? About me? I don't understand. Nope, I'm not gonna read that. No flashbacks right now. He ended their friendship after he found out about Juniper's secret, which means Hugh must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her the snitch. You were Professor Court's snitch, weren't you? Yes. We just did this. No need. And while fulfilling that role, you learned something about Hugh you'd rather forget. I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Looks like we're gonna have to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence and see if I can prove my hypothesis. I must have something that proves Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connection to the case. It's, this, right? I'm relieved to see you're coming around. Oh, okay, I got the wrong one. I just assumed that was it because I still have no idea what it's for. Now, as for actual evidence, let's see. I don't think the photo is it. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. What could it be? Something that proves Junie's the snitch. And Hugh's connection to the case. It's nothing on that second page. Not the arrow. Let's see. Need to speak with Hugh O'Connor. Meet with Hugh about that report yesterday. No, neither of those. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? You know, I really don't actually have an idea here. What proves it? It's not the flag. It's not the photos. Not the voice print, right? No, it's definitely not. Not the lecture hall. I'm just gonna throw the planner, see if that's it. Yep, here it is. Right here, Professor Court's planner, it says routine report. Where does it say that? Oh. I missed that. How did I miss that? Huh. I believe this is meant to mean when the snitch would report in to Professor Court. I also believe that Professor Court planned to meet Hugh in private based on the snitch's info. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put two and two together and figured out your secret. So you see, it all makes sense only if you're the snitch, Junie. Forgive me. Forgive me, Fina. I... I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected Hugh from the start. You did? Now, this is surprising. I'm so sorry. I've talked about friendship so much, but I've been a terrible friend. uh, Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does, but I don't need it to sense the pain you're feeling inside. And its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. Am I right? Apollo. Please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. What exactly was your role as a class snitch? Professor Court had told me how the Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. The Dark Age of Law, huh? She didn't want any more of our students going astray like that, but few others at the Academy shared her view. I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic. She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she? I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I had seen or heard about. And that report session in her planner, the one from October 22nd was a part of that? Yes. And that's when I reported Hugh to Professor Court. She snitched on her own friend? I had accidentally overheard Hugh talking. What did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents. What were they talking about? Something about having paid money for good test scores. I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery. He was buying his way through school? And if that's the case, then that evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be about his secret. Oh, which one? Out of place evidence? You mean the scrap? We found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got Hugh's name on it. I didn't know what the number meant at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes... Oh, that was the wrong person. Now that I'm hearing about bribes, it must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. That was a bit of a leap, yeah? What's more, take a look at this mark. The same mark is on the page of Professor Court's planner. Hey, you're right. Wait, but why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think that the person who was taking the bribe money was... It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Professor Court. But... That is impossible. She'd be the last person I'd ever suspect of accepting bribes. Like I said, it's just a possibility, but a rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to do with the possibility of bribery being exposed. And what started out as a little argument soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anyone would have suspected Hugh if they knew what you knew. No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason why I suspected Hugh. You've got to be kidding me. There's another reason? I saw Hugh around 7 p.m. the day before the mock trial. Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his... Oh, Thena... Junie, are you alright? Just try to relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did. But I'll have to live with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands... His hands were dripping with blood.
Oh my. His hands were dripping with blood. Yeah, I'm not gonna adjust her voice in case you're wondering. What? But why? What am I going to do? Deep down, I know Hugh can't be the killer. But my mind keeps telling me he is, no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I going to do? Hugh, he's... I... I can't take this anymore. Athena. So she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw? Junie, it must have been terrible holding all that in. But it's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. And that's my promise from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow, if that's okay with you, Professor Means. My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I'll be watching from the gallery, and I shall look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you would excuse me. Athena, I'm sorry. I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. Don't worry, we already know that the prosecution's key piece of evidence is fake. And thanks to you, we figured out the motive, too. Let's give this our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I wouldn't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Still, there's a strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I'd better be imagining it. Alright, there's our two to be continued. Let's go ahead and save. Day 2, trial. We're going to take a very brief break here, so that I can go grab something. Do not worry, you will not be, well actually, you will be left alone. But here you go. Enjoy a nice break time screen. With how much latency we have right now, I might be back before you guys even get to see it. So let's see how fast I can go. Alright, here I am, I'm back. Let's go ahead and make sure my audio's all good. Okay, seems good to me. Maybe a little bit quieter than it was before, but it shouldn't be noticeable. So, let's turn off the break time screen. Hit the continue button and wait for a moment so I can see how much latency we have now. Hopefully it's improved a little bit. Oh my, that really is a lot. Maybe it... Oh, there it is. Okay, we're dealing with quite a bit. I wonder... I know that latency is something that's primarily controlled via my Twitch settings. Let's try it, shall we? Let's see how my internet handles this. Because with my internet being improved, not improved, but repaired or fixed or however you prefer to say it, this should work rather well. So I'm gonna just check some things. Let's see, how much do we have now? Oh, that's so much better. Ooh. Bit rate, though. Hey, it worked. That is fantastic. Last time I tried to do low latency mode, it immediately tanked the stream. So it's nice to see that my adjustments have paid off. Were you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep? Sure, I slept. For a grand total of 0 hours. Oh. No, it would seem that the stream has in fact decided not to work. Oh yes. Oh yes. It hates the low latency. Okay, back to it. Blink, blink. We're gonna have to take a moment to fix this. I've gone ahead and ruined myself. Who could have seen this coming? I could have seen it coming. But here I am getting a bit, carried away. Is it fixed yet? It's gonna take a second for it to register, I think. Okay, let me give it one more refresh on my end. It should be all good now. Okay, that's all good. That's all good. That's not good. That's really bad, actually. That's horrendous. Really? Really? Have I doomed the stream? Oh my god. I think I've doomed it. I've completely ruined it. I suppose that's what I get for trying to mess with the settings in the midst of it. Here, let's get to a screen that has a bit more animation on it, shall we? Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back, and the results couldn't be more clear. Now, that's some few lines. Let's see. Is Twitch happy? Is it? Or am I gonna hit end? Oh, it's happy now on that end. Let me see if I can get it good on this other one. Oh. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Well, I suppose if it's going to be like that, I might as well. do this. Ooh. Mess that up a bit. Does that work? Hold on. I tried to center align that. It would seem that this does not like to be centered aligned. Oh, it's not that. Okay, I just had to do space. There we go. Blink. Alright, I think we should be up and running again. That little break time of mine, I was quite a bit thinker than I did. I don't even know what I just said. Here, hold on, let's change one more thing. There we go, that's about centered enough. And, yeah, there we go. Wait, no, I don't want to... I want to have good grammar sometimes. Like now. Let's see, are we all good now? I think we're all good now. Alright, perfect. Now let me get the game back up, and then we start. The voice print analysis came back, and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording is a fabrication. Alright. We expected that. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far they found signs of overdubbing, but it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Who's there? Wait. Did you see who it was? No, I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw her... I wonder if he saw her hand. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Box Girl were listening in too. I'll make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Okay, all that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini chords of steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Sykes, and I'm fine. I'm Seeker the Scuffed, and I'm fine. Ah. Day 2 of court. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready as well. Isn't that right, Professor Blackwell? I keep calling him Professor. Prosecutor. 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 Say it with me. Prosecutor, 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 prosecutor. Get it through your head, please. Talking to myself, not you, my lonely little bot. Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected, yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody. Understood? Your Balmness, Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later, I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury. Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact.
But if that's the case, then what will we...
The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from the art room to the stage, and I mean to prove it here this day. It's just like Detective Fulbright said, but what else does he have up his sleeve? My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the bloodstain. Blood was also found on some pottery near the window over the maintenance area, which is to say, the body was carried over to that very window. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below. And though there were as nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was deployed to cushion the fall. Then a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage. That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way.
Objection.
Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either. Why, you... Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth. Heh.
Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Hugh O'Connor. I'm a senior at the famous Legal Academy, and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday, I told that lawyer there that I would testify to the truth. So, I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes? What's he up to now?
The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now, your testimony, please.
Okay. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. Okay, well this is obviously a lie, because there was a big, steel wall. Not steel, probably aluminum. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. So how do I present it? Do I go through with the photo? The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client. Never a snappy comeback when I need one. He's coming straight at us today. Using any means possible. To protect the students who had to climb up the high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they used it?
Objection.
Oh, there is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. It sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat.
If the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped, it would have been hard to deny a possible link to the case.
We're off to a bad start again. Sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frowned failure. So, let's see. Yep. Packed before, empty after. Watching from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. Well, let's take a look at our evidence real quick. I mean, I suppose if he's talking about the vehicle as a maintenance, as a what's he call it, a vantage point. Let's see what he means by that. Mr. O'Connor, are you positive you were standing exactly where you said? I was between the stage and the maintenance area, and she was behind the backdrop. He's sticking to his guns. The issue here is where he was standing when said he saw Junie, but nothing I'll say will mean anything without evidence. Alright. Then before you ask, I had my glasses on. Therefore I'm positive it was Juniper. That is not an issue. Okay, well, I think I just present the photo, right? Yeah, there we go. So, you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area? Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows a student setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here?
Why, yes. In fact, there was a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest.
Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now, let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop.
Oh my, but the screen would have been completely in the way.
That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Yeah,
Order! Order! Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court?
The screen, right. It must have slipped my mind. What? Are you telling me you, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally big as that? There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have, and the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. Why don't you just admit that it was normal everyday brain fart already?
Will the witness now please restate what he remembers, minus the lapses of memory?
Heh, that's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen. You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would also have to be in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Nice one, Athena. Keep it up. Oh, the bird's here. All right, golden boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? The fact that golden boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage. But then the screen would have blocked out his view of...
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Athena, look at this photo again. Do you think there's something on the other side of the screen? Something high enough to see the stage? No way, the crane right here? But I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. That's far enough. Prosecutor Blackwell? Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came up with blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information.
What's all this about a promise? Is it... Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him? And what's it got to do with going into the crane?
Golden Boy did not go up in the crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds. What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane?
The witness, I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane. Yeah, there is. We have a second photo. Actually, there just might be something that proves you did. What? If this whole part-time job thing is true, I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day, too. Is this what you're talking about? You're thinking of, Athena? Yep, as the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor.
Are you serious? This is ridiculous. How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains.
The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light.
That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that?
The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% certain, but it's at least worth a try. You can clearly identify the person in this photo witness by examining his, his fingerprints? Is it his neck? Sure, let's go with his neck. I see that red thing, but I don't know what it is. The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck.
Why, yes, you can see it right there. But then, are you meaning to say...
Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination. No, not a chance. That'd be a blatant violation of my privacy.
You are a disgrace of a man. Now, start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off.
Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let's see your neck.
Guess I have no choice. Oh? Oh my.
So, where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask?
I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world.
Well, it sure looks like the neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed?
You are one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment's no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. But when you factor in all of the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? about that. You see, I'm a genius, so you know.
Objection!
Let us dispense with this inane charade, golden boy. No, Prosecutor Blackfield, please don't. High school seniors are 19 at most. Thus, they fail to complete the requirements. But that does not apply to you. Does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? No, don't, please. Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school. Oh, wait, come again? You know, that pause was not entirely intentional. Can we get an age check on Juniper? 18. I hope he hasn't been courting her only within this year, shall we say? Because that's kind of weird. Oh, wait, come again? Take a gander at this official school enrollment documentation. 'Tis all right there. 25? You mean he's older than me? A 25-year-old high school student. 7-year break. 7 years. I've just one thing to say. There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take, and the genius kind people like me take. But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena. Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happen to have to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only Hugh could get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further. Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me?
As long as a mat was used to move the body, Junie's gonna be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was Hugh doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor?
Yes, Miss Sykes?
I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that'll turn the prosecution's claim on its head. A little conjecture has never stopped us before.
Interesting.
Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane
to... Wait, just before... Yeah, hold on. You give me a second, please. Okay, should be coughing a little bit less soon. Now, using the crane to move the screen, we know we know the screen's not being moved because it's already moved. The body is probably not being moved because it just slid down, so it's probably moving yourself, as in moving the crane away because the crane is no longer there. Yeah? Okay, well,
That's not what I said, but okay. Mr. O'Connor, you are using the crane to commute to school. That would be a feat considering we aren't even allowed to commute by bicycle. Maybe they made a special exception just for you.
Oh my, would they really do such a thing?
Probably not.
Oh, that's too bad. And too bad for you too, as I must give you a penalty. No exceptions.
Yikes. But commuting by crane kinda sounds fun. Please, let me give that another try. There's no way he was moving the body. Right? He would have just slid it down. Does the screen need to be moved? Hold on, are we talking... Am I, like, completely... Hold on. Right before the mock trial. Was he moving the body? I don't... This is... Okay. I don't know if this is right, but I think we're just gonna have to go with it for now. I didn't read that. Hold on. The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved in the script too. Like it was in the script too. At least, that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic. Even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. You sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter, save that this does not bode well for you. Wait, he's on my side this time? Or is this another trap? Watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity. I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex, it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court look at this. Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain. You wish? My hand was injured and required surgery. Oh, it's not, wait, I intonation wrong. That's fine. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I have already verified this with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So, how did you hurt it? I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane. Now I'm the fool? I'd planned on moving the crane that night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanted to keep my part-time job a secret. I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. And here I thought this was a big break we've been waiting for. Now that the defense's sophistry is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim.
The body was dropped out of a 3rd floor window to a mat near the maintenance area. Then a ball cart was used to move it to the stage. See, I've been paying attention.
Well done, your boldness. Now, consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. Oh, well, I think you're on the right track, Athena. You do? Yeah, Juniper remains a prime suspect if we assume the body was moved per her script. So, as the defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But... Oh, is he gonna tell me to think of another way besides the crane?
Miss Sykes, if you have a counter-argument, this court would love to hear it. And
If you do not, it is time for the verdict. Isn't that correct, your baldness? No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right?
Well, that would show that the mat had nothing to do with this case.
And there's a sword of great renown that cuts down sophisticated lawyers. Its name is evidence. Huh, you don't scare me. Force us to smile, Athena. You can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of a terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Someone could have easily used that.
Oh, yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us.
All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of a possibility. The mat and ball cart weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Ooh, mixing their voices again. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackquill. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down the stage, down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The bodies surely would have fallen. Yet, there are no signs of blunt force trauma. Well, actually, there are two ways this could have been done. The first is that she was tied up in the school banner, and it was slid down. The second way, as you may note from the body itself, is that there were like severe damage to her wrists, or about as severe as a bruise can be, and her wrists could have been tied together and slid down. Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackquill. You didn't actually think I'd fail to account for that, did you? I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one would have carried?
Well, go on. Please explain.
The body was bundled into a pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there's no need for a mat.
I've never heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying.
I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing that absurd high wire act. If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it. I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have been via the window above the quad,
The one with the winch. However, the bloodstained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and banner had not at all to do with this case. Oh, the bloodstained pottery. I remember that. This doesn't look good. We'll be back to the mat theory if you don't do something. Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act. If my wire theory is true, then the blood in the pottery must not have been blood at all? Or the victim's blood. I'll go with it's not blood. At first we thought it was red glaze, but it turned out to be blood. But what if we go back to the time when it was just red glaze by all accounts?
Objection.
But the police have clearly identified it as blood. Okay, I did not know that. Thank you. You can't change fact to fiction, Miss Sykes, let alone travel back in time. Whoops. Now then, Miss Sykes, please. Yep. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from? Shame on you, Sykes Dono. We have a little more respect for the constabulary. Fool Brights. Looks like they didn't check it. Ah, don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackquill. Everyone makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run. True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Your baldness. I demand that the blood on the pottery be analyzed this instant. Oh, of course. It shouldn't take long to get the results back. Oh my, that was quick. Where history if that turns out to be the victim's blood. Please let it be someone else's. It seems the blood was not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor. Score! Don't worry, Junie. Just try to relax. Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, we saw earlier the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Then, Junie saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first-floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection.
There is but one way now to turn aside her blade. But do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is with Sykes Stono, for it is she who forces me to expose your secret. Fine, whatever. How much dirt does he have on Hugh? The court will observe this odd-looking envelope. It was inside this that Miriam Scuttlebutt's script was found. Miss Scuttlebutt's? But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all. Let's see here. My word, talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed. You can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, A powerful, spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Quartz.
You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Yikes. Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that.
The blood on the blade is the witness's. Our genius tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script, and paid for his foolishness.
Ouch! This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen. Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We've still got the wire theory. Yeah, I've got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there's no longer any basis for denying the body was moved from using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that.
You call yourself a lawyer? Heh. Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking?
Huh?
The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out...
And you, how dare you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever.
It seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire. The body sent sliding down that wire would have crashed into them. Care to explain that away? Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together.
So the body would have collided with the statues?
Yes, and left bruises. But it did not, because the other statue was sent down first, right?
What if they did collide? Wait, that's it. Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. But if we assume the body crashed into them, that would also explain the loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room.
Oh, now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection.
Interesting. How very interesting. But may I ask just one question?
Oh, I realized my flaw in my reasoning now, because the time frame, according to what I proposed, is wrong. So the body was sent down, it collided with the two statues, and the last statue was used to draw attention, most likely. When was it you heard said sound? It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears in the waiting room when... Ah!
Precisely. If the sound you heard did happen while the body had been moved, that would place it during the mock trial.
Which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started.
You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body.
He said he saw the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradictions. It's gonna get me and our case killed.
The focus was on just 3 suspects before the body was moved, because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection.
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So, Should we all not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with the same level of suspicion? Good point. Ugh. But Prosecutor Blackquill is on our side. I bet he's figured out the truth behind this case. Well, great, as long as he's not up to something else. If the statues really were broken when the body hit them, then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look at me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before, before the mock trial, the body was, you know. I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth, and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? You what? I never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again, and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry. Yes, you've exposed Hugh's big lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with? Order. The base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's cases. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now, at least, we know the body was moved using the wire and school banner. Indeed. That much I shall concede, Sykes Dono. The body was moved, as you stated, in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied, then? If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our three suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story. Right. All three suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection.
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio? Oh no. How could I forget? It was... hey, what's her... No, I'm not reading that. Indeed. The one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio. No! Why, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Q's crimes, Junie's in even deeper. And no matter how we slice it, we're cooked. And here I thought Prosecutor Blackquill was on our side. At least on this issue. The Twisted Samurai strikes again. Twisted? That's more like dirty rotten. Your baldness? It is time to put an end to this farce. Ooh, that was a weird delivery. The prosecution has presented quite a convincing case. But the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes?
Apollo, what are we gonna do? I've got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niente. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Ah, poor Junie. Let me figure something out. She'll be... objection. Objection. Well, I object to... Oh, who'd we got? Stop right there. All ears to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. Listen, and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Perfect crime? Wait, is this is some serious deja vu? Didn't we go through something like this just yesterday? Yes, we did. This had better not be another one of his enraging traps. The murder, the moving the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor? You already confessed yesterday, then today recanted your confession. As if you mouth-breathers couldn't comprehend my genius. The end justifies the means. Now, bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection.
Enough. The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bear for all to see. For it is impossible for you have been the perpetrator behind this crime. Ah! There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, for you were at the mock trial. And it is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no emergency if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act. Hugh doesn't seem to be the least bit shaken by Blackpill's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I'll now demonstrate the very moment of the genius that transcended even perfection. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent.
I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness's testimony make no sense at all?
No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird. Especially since the whole thing about a body double.
Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution?
Your baldness. Summon an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark, raving mad.
Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened, and move on to my verdict.
You people don't believe me? It's not a matter of not believing you, it's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farmers called. They want their genius back. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this? Widget's not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet, so how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session.
Your better judgment? I'm a judge, and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackquill, I trust you have no objections? Prosecutor Blackquill? The prosecutor said, "Rubbish. We will be out on a stroll, then left with Detective Fulbright."
How does he get away with stuff like that?
Then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. All right, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session.
I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. All right. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Nothing strange so far. Huh. So just happiness all the way through. He does seem to be raving mad, yes. That is an extraordinarily accurate descriptor of his mental state. But I will say, I'm sorry for the lack of commentary. I am starting to get tired. So I think him saying he's the killer while happy is it, right? Oh. Oh. This is the thing where I'm trying to point out what's wrong. Gotcha. Okay. That's why it's happy this whole time, because he's on a rampage. Well, the issue is that he has the bandage on, right? Before he's gone over? Mr. O'Connor, this is what you're happy about. Wait, nope, I'm sorry. See, I have misinterpreted it. I'm supposed to be finding what he's happy about. I mean, isn't the happy thing that Junie goes free? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Yep. Let's go through. And, yep, okay. Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. Yep, I'm not reading the flashbacks. Too tired for that right now. Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. A secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only. The truth. Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you helped set Miss Woods free. So much so that it overshadowed all your other emotions. What are you? I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confessed. So, Hugh really was trying to protect Juniper? Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. But that means his confession is... Who is this? Finally figured out the obvious, have we?
Okay, it's Blackwell. I thought so. Why, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back. The confession was naught but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e., the accused? Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it. Either we quit here and Juniper's found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Well, let's go with the least worst decision. But first, let me update his testimony. Shock at a body double. Okay, I guess that's fine. The happiness disappears. Well, that's it, right? Blank. I didn't almost lose, you say? Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time, except during this statement. You don't know when to give up. Wait, now I think about it. No, don't. Stop making stuff up. When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. I then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there in the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. I figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors though.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. How much longer will you indulge him in this charade? While it's true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors, the faculty seats on the balconies are a different story and have a splendid view. Heh, I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side and facing the front of the hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat. But that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. That can't be right. An empty balcony on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. Which one? I wasn't actually thinking during all that. Dun 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 dun. Can I just take a look at this real quickly? Well, this is on the left side is Professor Means, yeah? Yeah. I have no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where it takes me. You said that the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. Yes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during his pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat, addressing the students and faculty. No, this can't be right. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me. Doesn't seem like he's lying this time.
Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you'd like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. Oh, well, that's easy enough. You're surprised that it's deserted, right? Mr. O'Connor? Oh, no, I got it wrong. But guess what? I don't lose HP during that. Let's see, what do we got? Okay, well, I don't know why you're sad there. Let's check it. Tell me why. I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Mr. O'Connor, it's you who's revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad. You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? Haven't you embarrassed me enough? You said that you went through the empty audio control room. But that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. And that someone who was in the audio control room was... Oh. Person in the audio control room. Well, it's going to be someone on this first page. I'm willing to bet it's Juniper, right? I mean, she's the only... It's either Juniper or Means. I have enough HP to spare. Let's try Juniper first. I know you realize there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. Hugh's heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant his false testimony? I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackfield. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict. Yeah. He broke out of his shackles again. Fulbright, weren't you supposed to be like shocking him if he did that? I don't want to be the poor accountant that down at the detention center. Hugh O'Connor, in deference to your valor, I will limit your suffering with one clean blow. Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence.
Do not come between a samurai and... what was that? His quarry or something? And his foe, Sykes-Stono. I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time? Yes. Very well. Golden Boy may live. For now. Thank you, Apollo, for reminding him about that. Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything. That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is, no doubt, news to you. But I am not, and never was, a genius. Sorry, but I already knew. Me too.
And don't forget me. Though, in all fairness, it was pretty obvious.
I thought he was a genius at first, but
The stuff he said was crazy. No need to rub it in. Just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades. But that's bribery.
so the bribery wasn't Hugh's idea?
All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash. Not genius. Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone, Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius. I'm completely worthless. A perfect zero. Hugh. Even so, I still want to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday, so I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us? It looks like we seriously misunderstood him, in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there were something that could help me prove that to Hugh... Yes. To prove their friendship. Don't need to read the flashback. Thank you very much. I know. What about the proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. Wait. Right, the necklace. Gotcha. Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band around your neck. That's your proof of friendship, isn't it? A proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Oh, how very interesting and chic. If they had doubts about their friendship, they can look at the proof that they have on the hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves he still has feelings of friendship toward the other two. It doesn't matter if I wear it, if those two... But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship band somewhere. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh, I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me the others were proof of their friendship. Oh, I know. They must wear them in places that are difficult to see. Really? And where might where might they be? How about the belly button or the soles of their feet? That'd be hard to see. How could they put their friendship bands there? Oh, right. That's right. You're wrong. Now's a bit of an awkward
exchange. Alright. I didn't lose any points for it for some reason. Well, all we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. And Miss Woods holds her wrists. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad. I'm not screaming. You guys know why. We've said it enough at this point. And I think I have made myself terribly clear with my coughing. Oh, look at this.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us.
That's the voice of a 27-year-old, huh?
You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Alright.
Hugh! Hey, Hugh!
Why is Robin here at this point? She's not going to be called to the stand.
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
Alright. That was... I didn't kill anyone. And I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body. I didn't even see it. And it may look like I'm speed reading Zen and the Art of Mastering the Bar exam, but I haven't read a single word.
Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did.
Hugh. So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to save Junie. So yes, you can place your trust in me.
Then am I to understand that the witness is recanting his confession?
Yes. Alright. A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Same here, my friend. Now, we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi, which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So, we're back to square one? Now I'm exhausted and depressed. No, we have one very important piece of information that's probably going to launch us into one final investigation. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. I was going to note that we still haven't seen 0% noise yet. Alright. Huh? Does this mean... Further resistance is futile. The time for a verdict is nigh. But please wait. What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right?
Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist?
Yes, we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout, but Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Hughes is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty, which now means there's one person unaccounted for. Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial, as Aristotle means. The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So, basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence.
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech? I know, and that's not in dispute here. Now, let me explain how speech could be given from an empty seat. It was... What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane. I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder.
Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it.
What? Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Professor Means gave that phony recording to you?
Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations.
Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow, who could have seen this development? The voice shouting "You're a goner" as recorded on this tape was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video.
Why, this is extremely crucial. This is an extremely crucial piece of evidence.
Professor Means gave Hugh the phony tape. If that's really true, then Professor Means has the guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand. The seat was never empty. It was but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms. Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If this speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable.
That's enough, both of you. Now, here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seats, I believe we must ask the professor himself.
I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today.
Do as you please.
I appreciate how competent the judge is in this game. I suppose it's probably because both the sides are sort of insane whack jobs, instead of having one who's semi-competent. So he has to take this role, and I really like that. Of course, funny judge is also great, but he needs to do something sometimes.
Will you please state your name and occupation for the record?
Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Themis Legal Academy. And let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just needed to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this?
Very well. If that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes.
We need to find some sort of evidence that shows the speech was pre-recorded.
All right. I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video.
Let's see.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come.
Oh no. I'd forgotten how long and boring his speech was.
Zzz. Wake me up once this is over.
Hey, no fair.
The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound impact on our adults. Ah, you there. Wake up. Pay attention.
Huh? Ah! I'm awake. I'm awake. Isn't that right, Your Honor?
Oh, what? I'm awake too. Wide awake, see? Once again, our pure white Lady of Justice will be watching over all of you today. Pay attention, and you may make a difference one day. Now, let the mock trial begin.
Anyway, there's the inconsistency. The white statue never made it. He got smashed.
And that is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes.
He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears.
Listen, Sykes Dono. If you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Taka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out.
Yeah, but you were asleep this whole time.
Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech?
Could I please hear that last part again?
Once again, our pure white Lady of Justice will be watching over you, all of you today.
There! I finally found what I needed. Professor Means, I only have one question about your speech. Why did the last part we heard contradict with this? The professor said the pure white Lady of Justice would be watching over them, but the Lady of Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be.
I'm not sure I can wrap my jaws around that to test its authenticity.
I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true this statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement.
Oh, well, that's a shame on every account.
Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one. Meaning the professor wouldn't have made the mistake in its color if he'd been present.
It seems that I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part.
The statue in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like?
Oh, well, I was in a balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall.
No, wait. There's got to be something that can prove the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes? I felt like it went on forever. How do you figure out how long it was? Easy, there's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes from 10-minute mark to 2 minutes 35 seconds. Wait a second. I could swear I've seen this interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that it was pre-recorded.
What was it?
Here it is. Found it. I would like the court to take a look at this.
And this is?
The voice print analysis that proves the voice on the tape recorder belongs to our client.
Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication?
No. Well, we did, but what I'd like to focus on is the noise that's also there.
Noise?
Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased.
And what do you hope to prove by that?
The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech?
That would be exactly 10 minutes.
Now let's fast forward that long-winded exercise and boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp is now reads 20 minutes, 35 seconds. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone.
Right. Subtract 10 minutes and you get 10 minutes 35 seconds. 10 minutes and 35 seconds? Oh, wait a minute. Isn't that...
Right. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence.
You seem rather confident, considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
But is it really just numbers?
The lab is continuing their study. Oh, I don't need to read the flashback. No.
The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not going to get away with it. Not on my watch.
Miss Sykes, I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her, as per my word. And to that purpose, I offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what's happened.
All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony.
Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I have been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good.
I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and mean what I say, by all means. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important, and by necessity, secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you?
This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true.
On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states the end justifies the means.
I don't believe you.
When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her two friends' innocence. Her two friends? The witnesses? Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the results Juniper was seeking. And she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end. You, no doubt, had high praise for her ruthless tactics. Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her, despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But, alas, those days are over. Now, in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means. I am so sick of hearing that phrase. Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth if it's victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality.
That does it. He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. Since he's already surrendered to the dark age of law, it's up to me to fight it.
Why so silent, Sykes Dono? Something the matter?
This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That is why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking.
Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. I will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation.
No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is.
Let's see. What do we got here? Came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity a secret. Okay. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. During the mock trial. Got it. So not before. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. Okay, that's... She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. Alright, I think here... Well, hold on, let's see what evidence I actually have. The arrow has not actually been used once so far, I would like to point out. No. 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 Still don't know why this is incinerated. No. 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 Huh. How odd. I think I need to just press them, right?
I doubt our client would have come to you with something like that.
You have a point there. If only Professor Court had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead.
So, our client came to talk to you after Professor Court was dead?
Let's go through this step by step, shall we? Oh, I hit the wrong button. First, Juniper came to me that day. Okay, I didn't miss anything important.
Are you suggesting it was our client who told you to fake an alibi?
You have every reason to be surprised. I, too, was shocked when she told me that. Simply put, Juniper has a secret that she wished to protect that badly.
Is he kidding me? That lie couldn't be further from the truth. The problem is, how am I going to expose it?
It was an earnest request from an outstanding student. How could I possibly have refused?
Did you consider that a threat?
Yes, but it's now you to whom she has passed her demands on to. Miss Sykes, you must realize that you too are being used by Juniper.
What?
Your Honor. Your Honor, I ask that you too do not let her feigned weakness and innocence fool you. Juniper Woods is quite clever and extremely tough. And perhaps, most important of all, she is a fervent follower of my teachings.
Your Honor? The witness's testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character.
Very well. Objection sustained.
So be it. Nevertheless, the fact that she threatened me is immutable. Wow, an objection against a witness went through? Like a regular one? That's amazing. How could you overlook such a threat? As a teacher, it's your duty to discipline students.
Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do on this matter. I suppose it was just wishful thinking on my part. I wanted to believe that Juniper hadn't actually committed murder, and that she hadn't meant to threaten me. Really? Please do explain. Long had I waited for a student who would embody my teachings. Does the witness realize what he is saying? Surely, you must see the true meaning in my words. I am merely staying true to what I teach, and my methods are but a reflection of the times.
Oh, wow. His way of thinking is really warped, but I haven't heard of any inconsistencies yet. I wouldn't be so sure. Really? The more he tries to avoid logical inconsistencies in his testimony, the more likely we'll see inconsistencies between his actions and words.
It is a dark age in which we live, and there is much I would like to say on the matter. But when I said I would defend Juniper...
Yeah, you were trying to protect your client? Yeah, right. He'll say anything to pin the blame on Junie.
What a frightful look. I would ask you not to glare at me so. I have nothing but admiration for how Juniper was willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I am protecting her by any means possible. She has been a model student.
Liar. You're just trying to pin the blame on her. How am I going to show that what he's saying isn't what he really thinks?
You cannot possibly overturn my claims, so isn't it about time you admitted defeat? After all, if my unassailable logic is not truth, then what is?
If he thinks I'm going to give in to his pack of lies, he's got another thing coming. I'm going to find holes in his story if it's the last thing I do. Even though he's rotten to the core, he's a total pro. I mean, that all made perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up on his own words yet. Time to see how consistently the professor's testimony matches up with his actual actions.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, I mean, he had it passed along, right? So that's it? Because he wouldn't actually pass the pre-recorded message on to the police? Oh, that was wrong. Oh. Okay. 2 more guesses left. I become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. Then what? If you
Then why would you pass it on? Why would you pass the recording on? Okay. Oh, I hit the wrong button. That's fine. It won't make me lose anything. It's just I had to get the dialogue. Alright. Okay. So here we are. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. And look at my evidence. Do not present anything. It's not this. It's not this. It's not this. Not this. No, I did not want to do that. And I accidentally hit the hold it button again. Stop that. Oh, this is shaping up to be a slight pain. I can't lose here. We're so close to the end, I think. Let me read this. Yep, still marks on the wrist. She asked you to pre-record the speech. Come during the mock trial. When did she come to you asking this? She asked you to pre-record your speech. Come to the audio room. Can I take a look at my map? Yeah, that works. Ah, I hit the button again. I'm not trying to do that. I promise. Okay. Let me just keep looking at my evidence. Bum bum. Is it the voice print analysis? Juniper confessed the murder. Claire, I get her declared innocent in court. Well, we know you don't actually want to get her innocent because you submitted the tape recorder with fake information on it. But where do I put that? I'm gonna present it here. See if that works. Yes, okay, that's it. Perfect. So, let me get this straight. You're trying to help Miss Woods? Ha! That's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor. It is an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now, please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then, he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it." There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise, involved. I simply did that out of kindness. That tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself with while blaming others. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of law. Why, you little... You dare call my teachings and methods lies? Themis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It is the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. Huh? Professor Means? What's with your hair? Quiet! No talking in class. Ow! Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin, but with a roll call. Athena Sykes. Here? Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I mean, here. Fool. The proper response is here without any extraneous information. Ouch. I mean, here. Next, Your Honor. Here. See, class? That's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackquill. I said, Simon Blackquill, are you here or not? There's always one, isn't there? Well then, I'll just mark you absent. Now, get out of my class this instant. Get out. Very well, if that is your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackquill is free of his shackles. It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinarian committee. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog to teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, Fulbright. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. All right. Class is now in session. Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomachache? Pay attention. I am not the killer. Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening. But, Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer? Now, pay attention. The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home by the time, so how could I have been involved in this crime? Well, that's an easy one. We have the photos. Professor Means, can you really prove you had gone home by that time? Could you prove I was still at school? No, I can't. Yes, you can, actually. So, you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate. Ew. I do enough of that at the office. No way, man. I totally object. Robin? I can't believe I fell for the professor's silver-tongued lies. Why, you... How dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man. No way, no how. Now, I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself. The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on stage after the last bell? Right.
And it wouldn't have been and it would have been way past 7 p.m. before we could have finished.
But Professor Means was still at school? This is incredibly important testimony.
The professor told me. I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I'd made both statues myself. I'm so sorry for not telling the truth. Robin.
Quick! Somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're the head honcho among delinquents. Do something. Yeah! And who is in charge of the class pet around here? Not interested. But if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course. Only real blades will do. No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Yeah! Nurse! Nurse! Where's the school nurse when you need one? It would seem Sykes Stono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your staff, quick as lightning. Very well. Then I will just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lessons begin in the second period. Prepare to be served old school style. What does that... Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please. Now, pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there, and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it now. Alright. Oh, right. The professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as long. So, personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short time. That didn't exactly help our case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. Well, what was it? Juniper said it was covered in a, what's it called? Yes, this is covered in a white sheet. Do I have a picture of that or something? No, not really. We just have, at 6 o'clock, one of them being worked on, is all. Maybe your client only thought she saw the statues.
Silence.
A pity for you, but we have already confirmed it with the accused. She's on record as having seen both statues.
Yeah, that's true. Just thought I'd give it a shot.
Ha! I have the ultimate in courtroom techniques. It is absolutely airtight. I will bury you. This will be your final resting place, along with all who believed in you.
Is there no way to get this guy?
You better pay attention. A very close attention.
Okay. Let's see. Bum 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 bum.
Bum, 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 bum. I think I'm just gonna press, right? Well, let's see. Robin took half a day to complete one statue. That is completely fine. You finished the other in an hour and a half. Robin has already stated that this would be extraordinarily difficult, but Athena decided that it wasn't much worth, so it could be possible. The specific time frame was 7 to 8:30, which does fit the time frame of between 6 and 8 p.m. Okay. We also know that at around 6 p.m., he was out talking to Robin. The defendant Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30. No, I did not mean to press that. Anyway, the Juniper said she saw them covered in white sheet, which I unfortunately cannot bring up here. So I'll just have to find another way about that. Ah, I did it again. Foolish me. Let's see. Saw two statues. Do I have anything that goes against that? I don't think so. Bum 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 bum. Let's see. Now the body's not moved until morning, so that's not gonna have anything done. And according to his story, this was before he was told about the murder. What about the Lady Justice? Yeah, it said that she saw it covered by a sheet. No, that's not it. Oh, here we are. Down to the wire. I mean, you know what that means? It means we're about to save the game in case, just in case. I think I should press this. Yeah, but you could have taken a short break or something. Preposterous. I didn't even have 10 minutes to spare. Not even 5 for a visit to the laboratory. Let me ask you, Your Honor, do you find anything wrong with my claim? So far, it appears that your statue making was quite a difficult chore. I see nothing that could overturn your claim that you never left the stage. But the art room is only a few steps away. What's the plan? All I can think of is pressing him like crazy. That's all I can think of, too. We're just had to seek out a hole to exploit. Yep, that's what I've come down to. Why were you in such a hurry? In the legal world, your body is your capital. The early bird gets the worm. That's why I get to bed at 9 p.m. each and every night. And that's why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime. Well, ready to concede that I never left the stage? Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? No, of course not. No, I don't. I know there's more to this, and I won't stop until the truth comes out. I'd be careful, Athena. If you don't have anything, it's probably best just to grin and bear it for now until you find something to nail him with. But, when will you cease this nonsense? I am quite busy today, as I was the night of the crime. What if he shot her? We still have the arrow. Stab wound to the side of the body. Stab wound was very rough. Potentially indicating that something was pulled out of it. You know, maybe he shot her. I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede. I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. I concede that Professor Means never left the stage. That's right. But what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed that crime.
I'm not gonna give up here.
I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you've thought of something? Well, as I said, not yet. Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors? Not yet, Athena. It's not time to quit. At times like these, when it seems like there's no way out, that you have to... Yeah, either turn the case upside down. Instead of focus on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he could commit the murder without going there.
It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones if it'll distract her. Ah, who brought a bird to school? Sykes, Dono. If I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. I should mention, have I been vocalizing my theory here? My theory is that he just shot her with the arrow, right? I think I said that already, but I'd just like to say that again, because I did a whole thing in my head, and I don't know if I said it out loud. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts?
If I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time, the only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the murder weapon. What if we get the murder weapon wrong?
Really now? And what do you intend to label the murder weapon then?
Huh? Oh,
Perhaps you bludgeoned the victim to death with your duller-than-dull thinking? I'll give you a choice this time. Either change your thinking, or suffer a penalty.
But I know I've got something wrong. No, what? I thought he shot her with the arrow.
Oh, that's a game over. That's right, it's happened. Game over number 1, I think, of this game.
Ah, that's upsetting. Man. Alright, try from this scene. I did not know that was an option. Oh, it took a second to load. Alright, okay, skip through the dialogue. Oh, they give me a full restore. Wow. Okay, well, let's say the crime scene. If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer.
Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was.
Continue, Sykes Dono.
Okay, the murder was actually committed here.
Do I say it was this stage? Do I? Or was he at the archery range?
No, I said he never left the stage, so it would be the stage, yeah? The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all. That's not what I was trying to say, but okay. Silly girl. When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed. There wasn't any blood on the stage? Really? Nope. But there was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now bloodstained. The arrow? No. Nope. I think he meant the, what's it called? The banner, right? Do we go with this banner or this banner? Because I assume this banner is just completely soaked in blood, which is why it got burnt. It's true. There were no bloodstains on the stage floor, but there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this, the school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when he was killed.
Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence.
What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense.
That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire makes more sense than not. Haha! Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well.
You do?
If there's only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else that the killer used to soak up the blood. And all I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood.
Blink. Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner.
It's a Gaviner's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth. And only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to have only a little blood on it.
So the banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it.
The Gaviner's banner was like a dishcloth? Surely it was at least towel quality.
Simon, don't just stand there. Do something.
Silence.
Sykes, Stoner. You are learning to wield the blade quite well. But how will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? The remnant of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room. But why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage, as you claim?
The bloodstain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room.
Did he just use the... what's it called? This? To think you'd stoop so low as to present mere garbage to this court.
It's only garbage because someone else tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Gaviner's banner to the art room. Then, the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Order. This is quite a development. To think the body was never actually moved. Oh, hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain the loud crash you heard during the mock trial? It wasn't caused by the body crashing, wasn't it? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it?
I hadn't thought of that. That loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues. Then what was it indeed? The knot in the school banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. So that's true, I know what I had to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder, and then on the stage after. The object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was...
The statue?
Yes, I believe it was this statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial, but she used her own artistic sense and technique to repair it as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence.
Perhaps you are onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap heap relic in such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming.
You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to interrupt the mock trial, I believe, or point us to the body would be more likely. Yeah. Professor Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't have possibly moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi.
That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking this trial seriously. Well done. You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Mean always means what he says, and says what he means by all means.
Fine, then. Say it already. I'm waiting.
The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So, answer me this. Why didn't anybody see the body that entire time?
That can be explained by,
If the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage.
This is not good, Athena. Our claim is close to being beaten to a pulp. I know, but we've come so far.
Ha! Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been, and it always will be.
Just wait a minute.
Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco? Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer.
Yeah, not screaming.
Now, what if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial? Would you not lose everything you worked so hard to gain?
Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer, and even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that over again? Um, uh, Athena, what's wrong? Uh, Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. Relax, Athena. Breathe. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all you've done, is this how it ends? Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would. Oh? You leave Athena alone, man. She's the one who saved me. It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved me the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against Hugh. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. It's the power of friendship. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And now I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Pina. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you better than most people, Thena. And I know you never surrendered to the dark age of law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie, but I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence.
Stop your bleating this instant. You look like an utter fool.
Prosecutor Blackville?
There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked for thus far? It would not do to have you disappoint you know who.
I...
Ah ha ha! You are wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers, for whom the end justifies the means.
Don't worry, Athena. You're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him. But, Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Now, let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said? The worst of times are when a lawyer has forced their biggest smile.
Oh?
Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when a lawyer has to force their biggest smiles. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Oh, have we done this one before? I think we have. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right here where the body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, why did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He's using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is during the mock trial. specifically during the speech. Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to stage that wasn't there before, specifically the white statue. During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the White Lady's Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down the stage with a crash, killing two birds with one stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. But was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? Doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished, but was only mostly done? Something was used to cover the body up, but it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. And that way no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. It was already on stage and capable of concealing a body. The right statue. Oh, I know. The Mr. Right statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Oh no. Have I only just now realized? Oh no. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Did we go offline? Did we? Why is it stuck? Oh, it's good. It's back. Okay. Sorry to interrupt that critical moment, but I wanted to. I do prioritize you guys a bit, even if there's only one bot here. Miss Newman gave up on the right statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat that was. No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work. The murder of Professor Court. Oh, come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue. What? I second that what? Now, this is getting interesting. No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible? Well, I think I'm slipping on his voice. We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo. Time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm going to pose like a statue, like so. Now, I want you to wrap me up in a cloth, so I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? Well, I'm afraid that isn't the right color, but, Mr. Justice? Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. Well, alright, I think that about does it. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look like a statue of Mr. Wright, or what? Looks like some random person to me. One of the statues a pair of busts? Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair. The statue's head is way bigger than your average person's head anyway. You gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it, the hands. Her arms are raised over her head, and there are some dark bruises around her wrists. Oh, wait, this is a flashback. The professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrists indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No. Besides, it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Quart's wrists were tied together, and I couldn't help but think it's related. Should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given how her hands are tied? In the objection pose?
but the body wouldn't stand that way. I mean, I guess it's a frame. Well, let me see. Behind the head? I mean, I guess kinda that would work. Behind the back wouldn't work. I think it just had to be behind the head, right? Apollo, tie both my hands behind my head. See? This makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it'd be awfully hard to make that objection pose like this. I can't help thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. What did the victim's body have that I don't? It was the arrow, right? Yeah? Oh, right. There's an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo. Take that and plunge it into my side. What? Are you crazy? Fine, then get some duct tape. Rapido, Snell. Alright, alright. I don't need to know the other languages to know bossy when I hear it. The fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created from 2 hands. A masterpiece in the making. Now, cover me with that cloth. But remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? Mommy, the arm's too short. Shh, remember your indoor voice, dear. No, nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But what else could you use for the arm? Still won't give up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course, I gave him judge voice just then. Oh, are we frozen again? This is terrible. I'm so sorry. Come on. Fix. Please, stream, hold out. We only have to go a little bit longer. Come on. There. Keep going. Don't die on me yet. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now, disappoint me again, and the penalty will be doubly painful. Yikes. Guess I'd better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it wasn't premeditated, he must have used something close at hand in his little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup props photos again. Like that? Right now? Okay, hold on. Oh, he's the staff. Please, please, please. Please be in this photo. It just has to be. The arm on the right, Mr. Wright statue really isn't right here. Got it. I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright. This is absurd. There is no such thing in this photo. Heh. Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there. The staff? This is the spear of the great legal warrior. Whatever. Just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up. This trial has taken just a silly little turn. I understand the need for practical demonstration, but oh my god, it's happened again. It's happened again. Oh no, it hasn't happened again. I thought the stream broke again. But no, there's just quite a bit of latency. It's Phoenix Wright. Look, it's that famous lawyer. That's definitely him. I know that pose anywhere. We did. Didn't we? Ha 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 ha! Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages
and into an era of brilliant golden light. Golden lights. All I see before me is the pink specter of a man. That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink. Blah. That joke deserves a pink slip.
It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness? Bah! The resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence.
Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. To prove that the spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is test the spear for blood, yeah? We had assumed that the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in. But if the wound was from the spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it.
Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now, I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. Well, he certainly is quite desperate. And also a rather poor negotiator. Oh, how long is this going to be dragged out? Oh. Yeah. Fitting end. I don't actually have much to say here because of how the tension, all the tension of this trial just disappeared right at the end. I'm actually rather impressed that they were able to do that.
Prosecutor Blackquill, what has become of our witness, Aristotle Means?
It is as Sykes-Stono suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to his heinous crimes, all of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Great. He'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was?
I could barely make out a word of what he said on account of his shattered teeth.
One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too?
I eventually had him put pen to paper. Turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from a class snitch. That led her to question him at length that day of the killing, right there on that stage. The result? The heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know the script's contents via the victim's notes. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script, and thus frame the defendant.
But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name on it had the same mark as Professor Court's planner.
Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class.
Really? So then...
Indeed. Once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This, too, was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that the Constance court was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think that a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on his student. if this is the dark age of the law, then we can only hope for that a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods, not guilty. Ah, congratulations, congratulations. Our confetti spawns out of the sky now instead of being thrown by Gumshoe. I think I've said that every time since the start of this game, and it's something that I will most likely continue to say. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain.
That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today.
Court is adjourned.
Thank you, Thena. I really mean it. It was nothing, really. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You looked pretty wound up there at the end. Literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I wanted to thank you too, Apollo. Don't mention it. The way you were always there for Thena when she was in a bind, and at the detention center, where your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on the peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. But I still have a lot of work to do, and I can't wait until you see the look on. I can't wait to see you on the judge's bench. I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why, until that day, Oh, Drusie's here. Guys, I've got some big news. I mean, this is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay, I think. So, what's the big news? The school festival. It was supposed to have been cancelled after what happened, but...
We just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen, the festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow.
Really? All right.
Oh, is this how we end this case? Ah.
We've got a special treat for all of you.
Oh, that's his voice?
Thena's Legal Academy.
Really?
Achtung, baby. It's time for the guitar serenade.
Oh. I'm sorry, I was just so shocked by hearing Gavin's voice. Oh, and they're not actually gonna sing it. Okay. That's fine.
Wow, that was so much fun. School festivals are amazing. I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Ah, your singing voice, Juniper. Oh, what voice I give Robin? Your singing voice, Juniper. It could melt my heart.
Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win, although Robin had you for a while there.
I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm going to make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in the court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial and Hugh won?
Yep, I don't need to read that. We know what's going on there.
So, does this mean it's really going to happen?
Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you.
Huh? Oh, is he going to do what I think he is?
Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, Best friends like we've always been. Huh? Best friends? Hugh, weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius, and that I'm really 25 years old. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial. Listen, Hugh. You too, Robin. Miriam. Me too? Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science. Hey, I've been saying the same thing, or thinking the same thing. It's hard to tell. I just need to say, I'm very, very excited for Metal Gear Solid Delta to come out. I know I've said it on like most streams recently, but as soon as it comes out, we're dropping whatever we're doing in order to play it. I've been thinking, it's up to us to put an end to the Dark Age of the Law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means. Count me in. I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. You bet. Now what about you, your BFF, Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back. So, what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word... And so, after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind? Oh, that was the end of it. Okay, I was expecting another line. Look at that, we've made it to the end of... Oh. The end. And it looks like the next one that we'll be starting next time, or probably, is the Cosmic Turnabout. Ah, yes. Are we still live? It seems we've been having issues again. Come on. Come on. Load. Stream. Do it. Don't have issues now. Oh man, bitrate is really not happy. Ooh, gross. Ooh, that's terrible. How long has it been like that? I mean, I did put the warning on screen, to be fair. Oh, well, I suppose it'll be fine once it's a VOD. And it's not like anyone's watching right now, so. With that being said, since we don't have anyone here, we won't do a raid today. But thank you all for tuning in. This has been Siga Scuffed. And I am signing off. See you in like 2 days, maybe.